women? To think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly...
They definitely weren't Renan or Danon.
So what were they then?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day?
How about you, Shion? Doherly? You ever seen anything like that?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena, and...
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such...
Both sound plausible to my ears.
Yeah, they did. And then...
lost!
Demon Tank! Bring him down!
Hurricane fight!
It's too off to mistake! Try harder! The flame inside me is yours!
If you won't bow to this, then you leave me no choice. Tidal wave! Annihilation!
Too fast!
Stand cap. I'll trip it up.
Denied!
Ready and ready! Take this!
I can carve you on! Here, let me know!
Just what I
Take this! No escape!
This one's mine!
Be still!
come forward!
Lunar Warrior!
Laser
No escape!
Do it!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Now! Take this! This
Sleep
one's all mine!
now!
Eternal devastation!
Piercing roar!
Here goes!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Ignite!
That'll bring you down.
Vanish!
Who wants to die right your way?
You're finished!
This one's mine. Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! My turn! No escape! Demon Fang!
Now!
Crush!
I need to be stronger.
Far enough! There! One more!
Demon Fang! Crush!
Raging Cascade! Radiant Light! These ones can run drinks around us!
Armor won't save you! Demon Fang!
On guard!
You picked the wrong fight!
Supernova! Purge
Eternal
Malevolence!
devastation!
Arcane Waterfall!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Now! And you think this to me!
You're enthralled in pain.
Crush!
Here goes!
No further!
More with that
Demon
redstone!
Fang!
Do it!
Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Now!
Hurricane Eruption!
Demon Fang!
Seven-Eye Aqua!
It's over!
Raging Cascade! Mega Ray! Sleep Well! Annihilation! More Shield and Face! I never miss! Perfect throw! More with that came from!
Demon Fang! Here I come! Demon
Do it!
Fang! Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood. What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone? Doe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegus is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegus from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegus right now?
Lenegus wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegus. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Eldaman and Sia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegus, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegus, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnagain's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegus till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Eldomenencia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menencia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits. Looks like the people of...
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan Lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master, that's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's... All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left...
thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix, too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renaissance. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What? Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extreme. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down.
You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Ah, Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even...
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people... Besides, I'm the one who should be...
Actually, I've been meaning to ask.
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. Before long, it was just part of my everyday... Which isn't to say I...
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as...
It's fine.
But... I can't even touch you.
I appreciate... Until I get rid of these thorns. I guess I'll have... Maybe it'll be soon. Maybe...
Yeah. Just hang in there. Boo!
Ah! What the... Are you...
Oh, come on. How am I...
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation.
Yeah, but seeing you act...
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
I still can't get over what we...
Yeah.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana. Still, though, I never would have imagined Rena...
Beats me. I have...
Rena and Dana. We were taught that, but to think that they lied to us, not only about the Sovereign and the...
Dohalim.
Okay. That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all any...
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's Great Spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor—
A question. What is this Great Spirit?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all—
A voice?
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds?
With the true ruler of Rena. It could—
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the— I'm not sure
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us—
Yeah, but—
Let's assume that what Hevrect 35 claims are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dena's will,
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dan Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will.
Which explains why we felt its will where we...
Is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you... As a result, it has turned...
Is that why the crown contest is necessary?
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helgat... Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's...
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling success. That is why we...
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest.
This is all happening.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions.
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors.
A request?
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier...
We won't let...
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world?
No. My primary concern is validate. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and...
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit.
You mean?
At this stage, it would be wise. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your...
Others?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabit...
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into...
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long.
At the very least, everything it said about the Renin Great Spirit adds up. At the end of that being said, had we not previously encountered the will of...
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana complete...
But why? Astral energy is supposed to...
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up at...
Right.
There is one other thing that... How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear.
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevrek 35 never even brought up...
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or let's find out. Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just...
Are you a Renin?
The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you... But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't...
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrek 35.
And what was that about subjects?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Dig Faisal with Hevrek?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. We regularly go into stasis, so our
Why are you all even...
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on...
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help...
And you've been working...
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then...
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around... As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renin...
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an...
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand... In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control. It's a pretty sophisticated operation. As I have to imagine that's how...
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to...
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd...
I mean, sure, I was surprised.
Hevrek 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though.
Who can say? My guess is...
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis?
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed things are going just fine. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can extend... That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the...
Thank you for answering. Can we talk to you?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo...
Please, tell us what you know.
You mean the Overseer's species?
Well, for starters...
Where else?
From Rena? Wait, are you...
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Rena...
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the...
Apparently not.
Please, tell us...
Well, in a nutshell, the Renins were originally created from Danins by the Helganquil.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Ren.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of—
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust, in essence, we were created to carry on their work for the great. They gathered Danins who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danins that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use astral arts on Dana.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, they're— But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. If it meant their hands had to get a little— Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, they're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets.
I see.
Does he really expect us to believe that Ren—
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while. Do you know anything about us?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yeah.
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Ren.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would—
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign—
We have a winner. However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was— The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy type. To amend that, we set our sights on Dan.
And the crown—
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to a new Sovereign had— It was such tremendously difficult work. Its success was—
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the—
What about the flower that's—
Flower? Oh, that thing. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely—
Heverick 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is—
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes. Are we done talking now?
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another—
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long—
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. So let's go ahead and break off for now. You sure you don't want to—
I could ask you this—
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and—
I'll go along with you.
Sounds good.
Everyone's just gone their own—
Everything we thought we knew. It was all just a fabrication that the Red Women— No, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Heverick 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevric 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the...
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy... As for the Renans,
How so?
Coexistence between Danans. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still so... to be told that they're like us. That
you kept a pretty...
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the... But... At the same time...
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same...
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power. I think if we can find a way to get rid of...
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hate.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. In a worst-case scenario...
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway.
That's an interesting...
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds, it won't be achieved through... But I think it's a good first... And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that...
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Danan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you... But even so, I was still able... So I was thinking maybe, I don't know...
Rinwell.
That great Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy...
Now that you mention it, Hevric 35 and the...
Maybe. But regardless, at...
We won't.
I still can't believe it.
You're not the only one still
Really? You've never...
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memory started...
It was really that...
Yeah, it was. But thanks to...
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember...
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes. That was no way to live. But all this talk about other races and the world ending...
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, but that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about, all I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
I apologize for making...
You mean hearing the origins of...
Indeed. It's shocking.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is
Let's not delude ourselves. If... I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this.
That's just part of...
to say the least. But...
When you say the other Renans, you mean...
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating, putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in.
So... I guess your only real choice is...
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. There is, after all, 3 and the victims of our rule.
I didn't expect the former Lord of...
Menancia's fate was a stroke of... There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way.
Indeed. I fully accept... On that note, I have...
Oh?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator, so that the Renans can live on Dana as the one and only blazing sword.
And I take it that you'll be the...
Yes. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society. Is it too...
No, relax. You get so tense and formal.
You're too kind. I can see...
That's some high praise, Al.
Then I'll ask once again. This time just...
You don't even need to ask.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's...
What about you, Shion?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, right now, it's...
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. I thought I'd die alone. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you. It's been going on for 300 years. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to... How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to—
I am. There's a lot. I don't care who we're—
What are your thoughts, Alphen?
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit, it's trying to rob us of our entire world. That alone is enough to— But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating—
You're saying there's a—
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all—
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that— And to hear Shion tell it, it's the same—
Indeed. Shion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy. The one type which we know is And if Rena's Great Spirit is what's behind—
Shion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on—
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though,
While the main body resides—
Shion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's Great Spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of— The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right.
And we only know about the thorns—
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great— It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for—
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins, and the Renaissance stolen, Lenegis—
First they lumber you with the you're asked for, then you're discarded like—
More importantly, who do they think we are?
I just hope everyone on— Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships the people can escape in.
Wait.
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena.
Right.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask— You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly— You must have something up your sleeve.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the great spirit shall become—
And how are we supposed to—
By using the Renaissance. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renis Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds all—
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with—
She was actually
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit.
What will happen to the Maiden once—
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will—
This method is the most simple one available to destroy—
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's—
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world.
That's—
It is vital that you proceed with this plan. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind and that
which would make Alphen's earlier
that part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive it. So long as it remains, it will. That is why it is necessary for it. Without the Maiden's direct control over the great spirit, attacking it is futile.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as...
Well, can't...
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the... Considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored.
Why you...
Fine then. I'd rather...
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy... If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, we want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then...
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest... I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hand.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran...
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive...
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the...
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena.
So right in the middle...
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated. What will happen to Rena?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in...
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages.
Man, I wish that...
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesized. Fix our starship.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves. Remember that.
It matters little to me. Repair work on your starship has commenced. Finished.
Man...
Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Firemaster Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. And with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much...
Hevrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on D.
You're probably...
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of
the fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent.
But you still intend to confront.
Well, I did declare that I would live my life even as I dream of retirement. I shall remain dedicated.
I'm sure you'll do.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. But you changed that, Dohalim. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or...
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and... But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away.
I understand what you're saying, but we're realistically speaking.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe if we can build a society that works like that...
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said... Do you still plan to return to Lenegis?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business...
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between...
You know?
Yeah.
Hey, why'd you call me here?
Well, so I wanted to apologize.
Apologize? For
I was being real stupid before. About whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all. I get why you're angry now. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been... Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out...
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it?
Yeah, but I think...
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a...
Yeah, of course. Because you were...
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning. Then, when I felt Dana's will, it made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost...
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad...
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me.
Remember what I said about neither...
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, but I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will in a way. Doesn't that mean we're all Dana?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will.
Yeah.
Effort 35 But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own, so thanks, Rinwell, for... To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will... Well, I mean, I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember.
Thinking?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Hevrect 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious.
Listen, the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it. But we need to be prepared. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. But if it comes down to...
Okay, but you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, I hope you can...
Alphen, okay. Oh, it's a promise then?
Yeah.
I remember how I felt the first time you My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life. But when you reached out to me and gently took my... I don't have words for the
That's because I could...
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching. But still, I hate having to see you...
You won't have to worry about...
You think so?
I do, because I...
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Everybody get enough rest?
Yeah, we should...
Agreed.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need...
We're fighting for a new...
Right.
Then let's go, everybody.
Repairs on your starship.
Is that you, Hevrect?
I can...
Sounds like some...
Maybe we should give Hevrect 35 a break.
I have unlocked all functions on your...
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like...
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate...
Using the warp drive, you should be able...
Wait.
You'll need to be careful.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the...
We gotta go all the way...
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is...
The extinction of my... As such, it would be illogical to...
Can't that thing lighten up a bit?
Well?
Hold up.
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you...
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people...
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? Why have you two continued...
It's hard to explain. To be honest, all right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has...
You know what that means.
I guess this means we should give that...
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere.
I don't sense even a trace. This world is...
Then this must be the Hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world? The entire ocean?
And it's covering everything.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck...
So arresting. This world...
Back in its day, Rena was put after being robbed of its astral energy for so long.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude, until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how...
With nothing left here to consume.
You're saying if we don't stop...
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, it looks like we can climb down from... Let's take a look.
So this is Rena.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
Nah, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something. So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renis Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength, it's that it's sentient too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
we might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renis Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up.
Are you just going to keep standing around or what?
Sorry, I'm just getting...
Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
What do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renin rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Renins, Danans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different to someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day...
there will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
I wonder what Hilganquil civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a
You'll need to stay with us for now, though.
Why do I feel this is less of a...
Just a friendly...
like it. Warped into that pit of that...
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No! I mean... Wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renins inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not hugely. Hey, Kisara, while I've got you, what's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking, maybe meat?
Get him, Hootle.
What did I...
Oh, now...
Ow, ow, You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zeugles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. What?
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them.
The only thing I can think of, then.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so...
Exterminate them?
What do you mean?
Zeugles originally used to be living creatures
You're right. Zeugles were...
First, people made Zeugles, and then we let them go.
I hope we find a way to be...
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and...
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering. Remembering that Renan...
If we had distinct
Well, I guess when you...
Helganquil!
Guess they don't in disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled.
I knew there was something off here!
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
Here I come! Strike!
Going in pain.
Far enough!
Take this!
Demon Fang! You're mine! New escape!
This one's all mine!
Like moths to the flame!
An astral art?
That's my cue!
I have shut him down! Eternal devastation! Now! Now! Burn! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Take this! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin!
Now! It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
You're finished! Here I come! Eternal devastation! Dazzle!
And down!
You're on!
Where are you going?
Eternal devastation!
Here's a healing ring!
Try harder!
Now!
Their arms were interrupted!
Meteor! Raging Cascade! Here's evil!
You're mine!
In here!
Eat dirt! Demon Fang! Crush!
Lightning orb!
It exploded?
Don't get caught in the blast! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I'll bring you back
Now!
from death to
Take
death.
this!
Going far enough!
Strike! Demon Fang!
Armor won't save you!
You're
Inferno! Going in! Punty Healing circle! Tiger blade!
Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
Here I come! Dragon Swarm! Burn in hell!
Mega ray! Crescent moon!
Here I come!
Hurricane strike! Astral energy!
Say no more.
Guys!
Well if it's in the sky, it's mine!
I'm not done!
No further.
Make it
Eternal
right!
devastation!
It's astral energy!
Say no more.
Alphen.
I can't forgive, but I hate killing them. They don't even...
Perhaps. However...
Yeah, I know.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over. We have to stay the course.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil.
It's incredible.
Hey, these guys built Lenegis, remember?
If they had the power to create things like this, did they, or rather, was that the only use the great... We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil. Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In tragedy's aftermath, hope is all we have.
Just look at the size of that thing. Helganquil's technology certainly is impressive. And they don't seem to do things by halves either. In the past 300 years, no, even before that, just how many people, Renan or Danon, do you think have ever seen this?
Regarding the past 3 centuries at least, I'd say there's a good chance that we're the first. Also, while I get that it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like...
I can understand where he's coming from.
What do you mean where it leads?
And that doesn't strike you as sounding...
Yeah. With all this there must be some kind of...
Borrow one of their...
If it works for them, that...
You know what he's like, Law.
Brace yourself! This one's tough! I'm not done! Demon Fang!
Shattering the pieces! Attack time!
I owe you one! You're my
Power of water!
Crush!
Hurricane Strike! Mega Ray!
Dragon Swarm!
Mega Ray!
Eternal Devastation! Demon Fang!
Prepare to be sealed. Actually, perhaps bound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing.
Stone me! In an instant! Impact Block! Not a chance! You picked the wrong fight!
This one's confiscated! Inferno Crow!
Demon Fang! Okay, it's time!
Lunar Corruption! I owe you, Sion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc in the... Astral Energy! Full throttle!
A flawless victory.
I'm not done!
Naturally.
This one's mine! Ground and pound!
You're mine!
By the power of water!
I'm not done! Eternal Devastation!
Hurricane Strike! Pierce evil!
Demon Fang!
Freeze Blast! Inferno Crossing!
Eternal Devastation! You're finished! Demon Fang!
Make it rain! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
With your flames and my technique...
We're stronger together than we are apart.
I wonder how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think...
I'd say it's likely.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Danons. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Danons too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit.
Now hang on, though. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to...
Law's entirely right.
Yeah.
What'd he say?
He said...
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
What the... Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
Eternal Devastation!
Like mobs to the skin! Flying free!
I don't feel like my usual self.
Sion,
You all right?
can you take care of them?
Let me handle this one. So sorry to disappoint you.
Take this!
Flaming meteor! Red!
Demon Fang!
Going in!
It's over!
Eternal
Devastation! You're mine! Demon Fang! Take this! I'm not done!
Hurricane Strike!
Ignite! Demon Fang! Strike!
Havoc Struck!
Eternal Devastation!
Reinforcements incoming! Not a problem!
Take this!
Make it rain!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Here I come! Reinforcements? I'm only getting radiant! Where are you going? Frost and Render!
Eternal Devastation!
This one's mine!
Demon Fang!
Hurt! Lunar Corruption! Havoc Struck!
Eat dirt!
Gemini Ultra! Gravitas Field!
I'll smash you!
Tiger Blade!
We did it!
As impressive as always. Keep calm and take them down.
Done! Take it!
Magic, give it a whirl! Make it rain! Please now! Astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory! Hurricane naturally!
Look sharp!
Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Searing
No!
flame!
Here I come!
Then have the spray!
Stardust! This one's all mine!
Come forth!
Stardust! Lunar Rondo! You're mine! I'm not done!
This one's mine!
Eat
Show
this!
me what my art can do! Rise and shine! Switch to offense!
Eternal devastation! Here I come!
Feel
Demon
it!
Blade!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Elisa!
Here I come!
Thunder Blade! I can do this all day! Lightning! Downfall! Hurricane Spark! Holy Relic! Eat dirt!
Crush!
Deny! I never miss! Lightning Descent!
Look sharp! All mine!
Illuminate the
Switch to
dark!
Not today!
Hurricane Spark!
Demon Blade! Time to let it rip! Demon Blade!
Do it!
Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! More?
Going in!
Lunar
More
Rondo!
corruption!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! More? No further! You're finished!
I can carve through armor!
Demon!
I never miss!
Be still!
Not on my watch!
Looking good out there.
Just getting started!
We turn the tables on.
There is no more left! In here!
Right. No time to hold back.
I'll be this one's
Not today!
Glacial Spear! Pierce the evil!
You're mine!
Freeze Lancer!
Demon Blade!
Here's a... Here's enough range!
You're mine!
If it's in the sky, it's
Demon
mine!
Blade!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! More? You're mine! Lunar Rondo!
On guard! Mega Ray! Burn up! Arctic Waterfall! Havoc Throw! Water! Heal! Here's the eagle!
It's over!
Freeze Lancer!
Hurricane! Now you see what I can do!
Star!
Dazzle!
I'm going to need to use all the
Demon Fang!
power of my healing art.
This
Here's a healing art! Inferno
Demon
Crush!
Fang!
Now! Radiant, this ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Here, let me
More?
have it! Arctic Waterfall!
Ignite!
Havoc
Demon
Throw!
Fang!
It's all handy! Look sharp!
I'm not done! Demon Fang!
Sleep
Be
now!
still!
Flaming Meteor!
Stardust!
Inferno Crossing! More with that drop! Here goes! This one's mine!
Eternal devastation!
Ready to go!
Demon Fang!
Far enough! Do it!
Remove!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
Take this!
I never miss!
You're finished!
This one's mine!
Stardust! Burn it hell!
Radiant Pierce!
Make it rain! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Illuminate
Like
the dark!
shattering
Pieces!
Attack dodge! On guard!
Holy healing circle! Radiant
I can
light!
carve through all!
With precision like that, I'm glad you're not on the other side.
Likewise for you and that shield.
Best to stay in one another's good graces, then.
Demon Fang! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I feel the power flowing through me.
You'll be able to help even more people now.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I will.
Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be... Google somehow.
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them. You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
We're in for a long slog with this one! You wanna play?
Dirt!
Eternal devastation!
Hurricane Strike! It's over!
Flaming
This
Thrust!
one's mine!
Insect!
Stay on the ground!
Demon Fang!
On guard!
We got fires!
This
I've
one's
got
mine!
this! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours! Take it! Demon Fang! I'm not done! Demon Fang!
Anything in armor is all here!
Ignite!
Saving this one! Banana, let's go!
Eternal Judgment!
Mine! Not on my watch!
Demon Fang!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you! Here's the big waterfall! This one's mine! In here! Hurricane!
Eternal Devastation! It's time! Here I come! Demon Fang!
Tidal wave! Do it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Dracula! Here I go!
Not a chance!
Go!
Lunar Rondo!
Do it!
Suprema!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
I feel sprightlier than before.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need
picked the wrong
healing.
fight.
Far enough!
Peter!
Now I can let loose.
Here goes!
Demon Fang!
Here I go! I'm only getting started!
I owe you one.
Magna Ray! On guard! By the power
Leave the
of one!
ensnaring to me.
Yeah! Going and bubbling to me! Blazing cascade!
Demon
In
Fang!
here!
Try this!
Power of one!
Explosive ring! You're my Demon Fang!
Lunar corruption!
Flaming thrust!
Lunar ready to Inferno! Inferno!
See what I can do!
This one's mine! In here!
Eternal Devastation! Demon Fang! Prepare to this! Demon Fang!
Flaming meteor! Radiant Blood Astro! Hurricane Spark!
I don't have much left.
Devastation!
Wind Astral
Crush!
Energy!
Demon Fang!
Lightning Roar!
Burn in hell!
Lightning
My
to
turn!
death!
Take this! Start up!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy glimmer!
Nothing gets
Holy
by
love!
me.
Not on my watch!
I owe you one for that.
Thanks for the healing.
Demon
Watch
Fang!
yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too.
Mega Ray! Illuminate
Take
the dark!
this!
Hurricane
Eternal Devastation!
This one's mine. Pieces.
Lunar corruption!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Dracula.
Did it!
Yeah. Nice technique.
Start up!
Sleep now! That'll bring you down! Get on board together!
I'm not done!
Glacial spear.
You're finished! Demon Fang!
Their arcs were interrupted.
Let me help!
Eternal Devastation!
First enemy land!
I've used a bit too much healing. I have a bad feeling about this.
What the hell is going on?
Fall back, Alvin. We'll take point here.
Sorry to impose on you.
Two heads! Hurricane Spear!
Can't move!
Don't leave me!
My word. This must be the worst. Work of prop. Evidence.
Prava what now?
It means destiny. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, though.
Great, now I'm hurt and dirty.
Man, I'm famished.
These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans. Or even what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite, given their situation.
You mean like how some places favor building stuff with stone, while others rely on wood?
That's an interesting way of looking at it. I'll have to inquire with Hevrecht 35.
We're in for a long slog with this one.
Prepare to be sealed. No further. Easter.
Anything in armor is all mine. Tiger Blade.
I can carve through armor.
Inferno Crossing.
Demon Fang.
Now.
Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone.
Yeah.
Nice technique. Ready. On guard. Confiscated.
Demon Fang.
Inferno Crossing.
Demon Fang.
Escape.
Demon Fang.
Naked. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
A whirling
I'm not done.
Naked. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Could have been worse.
Those horns.
I'm not letting them get in our way.
This looks nice and tough.
Don't get careless.
Don't touch me.
Burn in hell!
That'll bring you down.
Demon Fang! It can hide itself? From me?
Ready to go. Far enough.
Eternal devastation!
This one's
It's
mine.
over! I can carve through armor! It's time!
Move here. Get on in there with the others.
Take this!
Magic is there.
Demon Fang! Can't get out of this!
Now you've gone and ticked me off.
Burn! Demon Fang! Eternal devastation! Eternal devastation!
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malisa! Will this help? Glacial Punch! Healing Circle!
Demon Fang! Okay, here I go!
Thank you for all your help. Please, don't mention it. I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
Eternal devastation!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my
Eternal devastation!
This one's mine!
You're finished! And more of this and I'll burn out! I can carve through armor! Now or never! You're finished! Take this!
I'm ready! Annihilate!
You picked the wrong fight! Take this! Demon Fang!
Inferno Crossing! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa! Here's far enough!
It looks like you got this one covered.
Inferno Crossing!
Raging Storm! I'm all stocked up. I never miss. Light
I'll stop it
I may have bit off more than I could chew.
Try harder! My turn!
I don't even know the word defeat.
Wouldn't mind if I do.
Demon Fang! This is bad, right?
Yes, Alvin. Very bad.
I don't feel so good.
Raging Cascade.
Demon Fang!
Anything in armor is all mine.
Now you see what I can do! Now I can let loose!
Sleep now.
Demon Fang!
Meteor.
You picked the wrong fight! You're mine!
Storm. Piercing.
No escape!
Celestial Hammer.
In a bind?
Raging Cascade.
No! Can't end here!
Arctic waterfall. In
How
here.
about
Resuscitation. Get on in there.
Let me help. Fantastic. Now my clothes are ruined.
Demon Fang!
Havoc.
Astral Arc?
That's my cue.
See what I can do!
Shut him down! Demon Fang!
Holy land.
This one's mine.
Here goes.
Eternal Devastation! Demon Fang!
Will this help?
Dazzle!
Raging
Soda.
storm.
My head's spinning just
Take this!
Light astral energy.
appreciate the help.
Lightning is dead.
Will this here?
Thunderblade. Illuminate the
I've taken too many hits.
Holy land.
How do you like being pounded into shape?
Crush!
Do it!
Remove!
Astral energy.
Say no more!
Does anyone else think this may be just a bit too tough for us?
Brace yourself! This one's tough! Not today! Demon Fang! Take this! Demon Fang! I'll take you all on! Eternal Devastation!
I can handle it.
Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here,
Hold on to your eyes.
I'll smash you!
Now I can let... Demon Fang!
I'm on it!
This one's all mine!
Hurricane! Mega Ray! Not in your dreams!
Ignite! Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw!
Far beyond
Not a
the
chance!
Crumble!
Demon Fang!
that'll bring you down.
Crush!
Sleep now.
Demon Fang! Chill!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin.
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you.
I'll finish you here and now! Can't get out of this!
Get you all touched
Demon Fang!
I'm all stuffed up. In here.
Be still!
Tear you apart!
Alright.
Demon Fang!
Sweet dreams.
Here I come!
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Chill!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
There's always room for improvement.
This might... be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
This one's tough! Now, here I come! Demon
Now you see what I can do!
Try harder!
I think I'll pass on the hand.
I'll finish you here and now! Eat that!
Corruption!
Be still!
Swallow dance!
Stardust!
Far enough!
Photon flash!
Water!
Here we go!
Now we're making a spear! It was nice I'll tear you apart!
Eternal devastation! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
That'll bring you down!
Ha! Not today!
Come on, roll
Take
this!
this!
Here's the evil!
Crush!
Three!
Storm!
Magic is
Demon
there!
Fang!
It looks like you got this
How
wrong!
that frickin' does it! Ready and ready! Armor won't save you!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
First strike! On a roll now!
Wind Astral!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Eat this!
Crush!
Radiant Top! There you go!
Now I'm in the...
Demon Fang!
Spirit Flame!
Eat this!
Look you spring! Here!
Ha! Not today!
Radiant Blast!
Can't get out of this! Talon
Demon
Hurricane!
Fang!
Inferno Punch!
My head's spinning just watching you!
Try
Tear you
harder!
apart! Ready and
Here I
ready!
come!
Eat this! Armor won't save you!
Struck! I could do without this pain. I have no limits.
Inspiration!
Demon
I could do
Fang!
this all day! I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough on our plates.
Yes, ma'am!
You're mine!
I never miss!
Flame inside me, yours to be let free. Burn!
I'm on it!
Demon Fang!
Rising Shine!
Oh, now you're talking! Prepare to be seen! Can't get out of this! I'll you through! Now I'm in the groove!
This one's
I'm not
mine!
done!
This
Demon
one's
Fang!
mine! Do it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclops!
The heavens must be smiling.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Armor won't save you!
Here!
Crush!
There!
It's
And
on!
getting to
That
darkness
buffing is
surrounding us!
driving me mad!
Swallow dance!
Downfall! Concentration!
Okay, here I go.
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for you, truly.
Too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Nothing gets by me!
Demon Fang!
The water's
It's
at
turn!
Radiant here!
I'm on it!
Here I come!
Denied!
Get on in there with the egg!
Demon Fang!
I'm on it!
Eternal devastation!
Banana, let's go!
Dragon,
Prepare to be seen!
Raging storm! Into the shadows! I never miss!
Eternal devastation!
Inferno
Demon
Now,
Fang!
Kisara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Glacial Spear!
Power!
Holy land requires only focus.
Not today!
Come on, roll
Demon Power!
pieces!
Not on my
Attack
watch.
time!
Demon Power!
Armor won't save you!
Eternal devastation!
Do it! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! See that?
That training's paying off!
Lightning again.
Lunar Rondo!
Illuminate the
Try
dark.
harder!
Pierce the
No!
Holy glimmer.
Eat this!
You're done!
Freeze blade.
Demon Fang!
Now.
Chill!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Oh, violet
No.
guarding wind.
Lunar Rondo!
Water. Hear my call.
Eternal
That'll bring you down.
We're cleaning house!
Let me take the rest of it!
Wow, someone's feeling lively.
Ignite! We did it!
Now.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
I've got a really bad feeling about
Frickin' does it!
I
could do this all day!
Rise and shine! Careful! It's some kind of camouflage! The wise warrior knows when to call it quits! Don't get careless!
Don't tell me!
This should do it!
Now you see what I can do!
I'll heal you all!
Strike!
Concentration!
Thanks!
Healing
Take
circle!
this! Slow it down!
Need to pull myself
Eternal
together.
devastation!
This one's mine!
Now I hit the groove!
Not today!
It looks like you've got arch steel! Don't mind if I do! Lunar corruption!
Come on, run now!
Demon Fang! Eternal devastation!
Prepare to be seized! You see what happened there is you crossed me. You shouldn't have done that. In a bind?
Will this help?
Demon Fang!
Swallow dance!
Raging
Eternal...
cascade!
Now I'm in the groove!
Swallow dance! I'll stand firm! Talon hurricane!
Demon Fang!
I'll be immediate!
One's all mine!
Here comes!
You picked the wrong fight!
Isn't ideal.
I'll smash you!
Thunderblade! Illuminate the dark!
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint, I hear.
Nope, that'd be silly.
Radiant light!
Tear you apart!
Hold together, just a little longer.
Thanks for the sympathy.
Get it together. We need you informed. I never miss.
I've let you all down.
Sleep now.
Stay away from my friend!
I'll be saving this one. Thunderblade! I'll
This
bring you
one's
back
all
from
mine.
death's abyss.
Eternal devastation!
Illuminate the dark.
Demon Fang! You picked the wrong fight! Crush! Demon Fang!
Hold on to your heart. Here to the shadows.
Dragon Swarm!
Oh, and can't be swallowed.
Crush!
You're mine. Don't mind if I do.
No escape!
Annihilation.
This isn't looking good.
Demon Fang!
I'll tear you apart! I'm dropping my guard!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Will this help?
Demon Fang!
Light tower
I owe you one. Try harder! My turn!
Here
I go!
Laser shield! Here's evil!
Attack! Eternal devastation! Ignite!
Oh, now you're
Dragon Swarm!
Nothing gets by me!
Take this!
In here! Mega Ray!
Eternal devastation! Take this!
Here!
Burn! Crush!
This one's mine!
Demon Fang!
Whoa!
Demon Fang!
Eat this! Here I go! There you are!
Crush!
Sleep now! Lunar corruption!
Demon
Now!
Fang! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
This should make for some good weapon crafting material. That's no ordinary enemy I see over there.
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this.
Eternal devastation! The flame inside is yours to be let free!
These things really get on my nerves.
I'll smash you! They got me flanked!
They got flyers!
I've got them! Marksman handle!
Demon Fang!
It's
all yours!
Here I go!
Dragon Swarm!
Eat this! The water's magic is in here!
Prepare to be sealed!
More for the stockpile!
Take this!
You're mine! I'm not done!
I'm on it!
Demon
I'll
Fang!
finish you here and now!
You're mine!
Let's go!
Far enough! You see what happened there is you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that.
In here!
This one's all mine! Demon Fang!
I'm on it!
Demon You picked the wrong fight!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Crumble! The water's magic!
Demon Fang!
If it's in the sky, it's
Eternal
mine!
devastation!
Lightning condemned! Lunar corruption!
Demon
Do it!
Fang!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Outlaw!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
All mine! I owe you one!
Let's get you all tucked away! Hold on to your heart!
Demon
Here I
Fang!
come!
Armor won't save
I'll
me
finish
from
you!
here and
Lunar
now!
corruption! Get on
As impressive as always.
Here I hope you'll get
No, I mean, you're even better than ever. I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
Hurricane Thrust!
I'll tear you apart!
This one's mine!
Demon Fang!
You shouldn't have messed with me!
Don't give up! I'll heal you all!
Gracious! I could do this all day! Denied!
Healing circle! Up and at me! I'll bring you back! Death's abyss!
Can't get out of this!
Do it! Law, get toasty!
Burn strike!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Supernova! Purge the resuscitation! Big waterfall! Radiant fire! This'll come in handy!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Done! I'll leave it to you! Now! Take this!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Where are you going? Holy glimmer!
Armor won't save me! Roll now! Eat this! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous Claw! Watch this! Flaming Thrust!
Any more of this and I'll burn out. You picked the wrong fight.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Let's tear him up! Flaming Thrust!
Our next water coming through!
Nothing gets denied! First strike!
I heal you all! Healing circle! I owe you, Tion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
All good things come to an end.
Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more.
I'm even stronger than before. This looks nice and tough. Where are you from? This one. I shall ensure you survive this.
Any more of this and I'll burn out.
Now you see what I can do.
Where are you going?
Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
On guard.
Demon Fang!
Magna Ray!
Resonate with the earth.
Look sharp. Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more.
Not a chance. Take this.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Annihilation! Do it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! My turn!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! There!
Elusive deity! Eagle Ray! Eternal devastation! Demon Fang!
Here goes!
Here I come!
Lunar corruption! Not in your dreams! Hurricane Searing Flame!
Try harder! My turn!
Damn it! Radiant, look
Be
here!
still! Stardust!
Take this! Here's the evil!
Radiant Rare! On your
Crush!
armor won't save you! Down!
Eternal devastation! Strike! You're finished! Take this! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Demon Fang!
With the earth!
Dragon Swarm!
Prepare to be sealed!
This one's mine!
Amazing.
In a bind?
Demon Fang!
Water, hear my call!
Spirits with it.
The soil! Awaken and wreak havoc! Demon Fang!
I won't give up!
Stay away from my friends! Demon Fang! Eternal devastation! I'm not this one's all mine! Burn in hell!
Here's a healing arc! Arc sealed!
Demon
Not in your dreams!
I'm ready to go! Ready and raring!
Here
I'll smash you!
I'm not done! Demon!
Merciful death!
A charge like that could easily be fatal. Just as well, I'm here to stop.
You aren't you human?
To stop you dying?
Ah, right.
Going in! So weak!
Quit pushing yourself and get behind us!
I'll be right as rain in no time!
Denied! Glacial fire!
That did it! Burn in hell!
Prepare to be sealed!
Demon Fang!
Lunar blast!
Take this!
Going in!
My head's spinning just watching you.
This one's mine.
I could do without this pain. I have no limits. Try harder. Not a chance. The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Much obliged.
Speaking of that, you know
Eternal devastation coming through. Ha! Now, Scarlet Inferno.
Will this help?
Demon Pack! Demon Pack! No further. You'll pay for that! Take this! Struck! Eternal devastation! You're finished! Demon Pack!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Try harder! My turn!
Ready to go! Make it rain! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Well, am I improving?
Tremendously. The speed and precision of your aim is simply unmatched.
I had no idea you were watching me so closely.
What do you think this place was for? Ah!
What the hell? Are they asleep?
No. They appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
Looks that way. However, none of them appear to be Helganquil.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Danans, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegus. Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedures somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Danan, or rather, Renan bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
There are so many of them.
What is that thing?
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
Be careful! It's huge!
What is with... all the... huge lumbering beasts lately?
It's no ordinary zoo. That much is damn sure.
Watch yourself. All bets are off when it comes to this thing.
Glacial fire! Turn up! You picked the wrong fight!
Here!
Take it!
Arch field!
Glacial fire! I can carve through armor!
Tiger!
You got this one covered.
Be still!
Oh, violent darting wind.
I'm ready! Carve now through all!
Here I come!
This one's
Its
yours!
head is its weak point? We'll need to bring it down somehow to hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
I'm not
Annihilation!
No further! This one's all mine! Easter!
I'm gone! Lightning condemned!
My turn! I'm not done! Demon Fang!
This one's mine!
Lunarongo! No escape!
Anything in armor is all
This
one's mine!
Eternal devastation!
Slice! Illuminated meteor! Holy glare! Holy glare!
Lightning thrust!
I'm ready to go! Please,
Lunarongo!
here's a healing arc!
You're finished!
Denied!
You're mine!
Look sharp!
It's time!
Hurricane
Eternal devastation!
Can't get out of this! Look sharp!
Demon Fang!
Come forth! Holy land! Glacial fire!
My turn!
I never miss!
No escape! Not today!
Lightning orb!
Take this!
Don't mind if I do!
Water! Demon Fang! I can carve through armor!
Look sharp! Annihilation! Lightning damage! Flame!
Eternal devastation!
Keep up the pressure! Illuminate the dark! What my arm can do!
You're finished! Here I come! It's over! Take this! Eternal devastation! You're finished!
Mine!
Eternal devastation!
Look sharp!
Now we're never...
Shield and fire!
Take this!
First aid! Illuminate the mega ray!
Ignite!
By the power
Here I
of the
come!
land!
Eternal devastation! Demon Fang!
Nothing can
Eternal
stop me!
devastation!
My head's spinning just watching you!
Here I come! I'm not...
Inferno crossing! This one's mine!
Be still! Lunarongo!
I'm ready! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glitter!
This one's all mine!
Here I go! Flaming meteor!
Burn!
Let me show you what my art... Come on! Rise and shine! You have to hold on! This one's mine! Appreciate the help! Dreams! Illuminate the dark! Radiant here! Holy glitter! Holy land!
No further!
Demon flame!
Eternal devastation!
Mega ray!
Look sharp!
Annihilation! Outstanding form! Let me show you what my art
save you.
This one's mine!
Lightning thrust!
Lunarongo!
Make it rain!
Remote!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Here, let me help!
Take this! Eternal devastation! No
Just wait!
escape!
Going in!
You're
Lunar
finished!
corruption! Astral! Illuminate the dark!
Take this!
Holy
Demon
glitter!
Fang!
Here's the healing arc! I can
Eternal
handle it!
devastation!
Denied!
Crush! Burn in hell!
Crescent down!
Demon Fang!
Lightning orb!
Eternal
Mega ray!
devastation!
Lightning condemned! By the power of water!
Now or never!
Illuminate the dark!
Look sharp! You're finished!
Holy glitter! Back into the fray!
You're mine!
In a bind? If it's in the sky, it's
Eternal
mine!
devastation!
Searing flame! Anything in armor is all mine! That'll bring you down! Holy glitter!
I'll smash you! Eternal devastation!
Going in! Lunar blast! Inferno crossing!
Eternal
Hold on to your
devastation!
art! Here I come! Lunar corruption! Take care of...
Burn! Stay away from my friend!
Just what the doctor...
Here, let me
Ah!
off the door!
Strike!
First aid!
ready!
Photon, lightning, again! Here! Thunder blast!
Eternal devastation!
Come forth! Holy
I'm not
glitter!
done!
Holy land!
just let my art do that.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
No further!
Oh, too shy to feel.
Here, let me help! Ready and ready! This should do it!
Will this help? Far enough!
Now you see what I can do!
It looks like we made him mad!
You picked the wrong button!
Inferno! Illuminated dark! Magic is hand! Holy land! Downfall!
It's over!
Let the mark
You're mine!
Gemini Alpha!
I'm not
Where
done.
are you going?
You're finished!
Illuminate the
You're
dark!
mine!
Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy land! Shield and land!
Eternal devastation!
Down! You're on! Illuminate the dark!
Now we're not
Come forth!
Demon
Holy
Fang!
glimmer! Holy land! Lunar blast! I'm already
We've got him on the run!
Don't get cautious!
Right. Still anyone's fight.
Guardian Shield!
Mind
if I do?
Your armor won't save you!
Alright, let me
Demon
in!
Fang!
Carve now through walls! Here, it's about to strike! Going in!
Look sharp, everyone!
Hurricane Alright!
Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too.
Burn in hell!
Holy land! Annihilation! Mega ray!
So tired. All that running around is catching up with you.
No,
Bring you back from death!
I don't think...
I don't have much left. Will this help you? In the sky is mine!
Eternal devastation!
That'll bring you down! Flaming meteor!
Lightning thrust!
Water, hear my call!
Crush!
Take this!
Glacial
Try
sphere,
harder!
here's the evil!
Now! Crush!
Take this!
Freeze Lancer!
I'll smash you!
Here's a healing arm!
Watch yourself.
Crush!
And incredible power.
Demon Fang!
Water! Lightning!
Flame inside me!
I'll
Yours!
bring you
They
back
let
from
free!
depth abyss!
Demon Fang!
Precipitation!
Eternal devastation!
That's gonna smart.
Heal! Another incantation ruined!
Illuminate
Thank you!
Leave the charges to me! Far enough!
Demon Fang!
Illuminate the water!
Eternal devastation! Be still! Here I come! Prepare to be sealed!
No further!
Eternal devastation!
Armor won't save you!
You're mine! Gonna attack!
Right, watch out!
Rotating pile
Where are you going? Holy land!
Crush! Catapult! It's gone!
Power of water!
Crush! Catapult!
Radiant flood! Here!
Amazing.
Demon Fang!
Here's the evil!
You'll... Wait for that!
Freeze Lancer! I'll bring you back from death to
Be
bliss!
still!
Hurricane Thrust!
Lunar Rondo!
Precipitation!
I'm on! Hurricane Thrust!
Lunar Explosion!
Here I come!
Inferno!
Not today!
Oh, now you're talking!
Demon Fang!
Do it! More! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
The hell was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all this time. Not that there's any way of knowing now.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the sovereigns that were meant to emerge. What do you... You see, the winners of the pack... Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human... human bodies. It was certainly nothing one...
You're saying those were the remains?
I'm merely saying...
That's... absolute...
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
I certainly hope not.
After hearing Dohalim's suggestion, I'm honestly not sure what to say. So, looks like the Helganquil have been engineering Zugul.
The creatures we've been encountering here have been a little different to what we're used to fighting.
Do you think they were engineered using...
Indeed. However, based on the current...
You mean, there might have been...
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are, at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I suppose... teleporter reversed our orientation, then.
Everything okay there, big guy?
I'll say. He looks like...
What's eating at you? Come on, Alphen.
Hmm?
Yeah.
It's,
A pet.
snuck its way into...
Oh,
Yeah. It's barely bigger than a grain of sand. So how come it feels like I'm walking around on hot nails?
You know, maybe this is a crazy solution, but you could just take your boot off and give it a shake.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, of course. You're right. Phew. It's like I've been given a new lease on life. Thanks for the tip, Shion.
Seemed kind of obvious, but you're welcome. That's the trouble with windy places. All that fine debris ends up getting into your hair and clothes.
Alphen, is it just me, or have you become extra sensitive ever since getting your sense of pain back?
Now that you mention it, the other night at camp, there was a fly buzzing around that annoyed him so much, he unsheathed the blazing sword.
So much for sensitive. That's just being a Mr. Cranky Pants.
Nothing new on that front, then.
What's the matter, Alphen? You look a little tense.
It's nothing, really.
He wants to get angry, but knows that doing so would only prove our point. Hence the building frustration showing plainly on his face.
Would you stop analyzing things for 1 minute?
Point taken.
I'd like to check their... wares, if you don't mind.
That was...
We've reached our destination.
Gotta break through!
Resonate with the earth! Crush the last night! Eternal devastation! Denied! Crush!
Your wings won't save you from me!
Be still! Stalagmite!
Got flyers!
I've got ready! Let a marksman handle it!
Escape! All yours! Eternal devastation!
Do it!
To be sealed.
Dually! In an instant! Impact block!
To achieve such harmony.
Takes a singular will.
Hey, Law.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
I meant...
Huh?
Either that, may the
Rope?
You know,
Look!
Hey, I'm... Thunderblade! A little...
from the look, it wouldn't be...
Hey,
That's a little...
sorry. It's...
But then,
I can imagine...
because of Miguel.
Alphen's still alive. It's not too late, you know. And after all, who can say what the future holds? I think if I were you, I'd take things as they come for now.
Besides, touch isn't everything. I've never touched you, Xion, but that doesn't stop you from knowing that I care about you, right?
That's true. But I do remember back when we first met, you made it plenty clear you weren't...
But
Don't worry. And you're right. There are ways to convey your just touching.
I'll say, cooking immediately spring... And if it's...
You might just...
Uh-oh.
Well...
Even after...
Renan...
That might be the...
Once,
If it's not, we'll just have to make something new. No, not we. They've had enough foisted on them as it is.
You're right. It's time the people here had the chance to forge their own path. That's not to say it'll be easy, but it will be worthwhile.
These things take time to... What the...
Sorry.
A bug?
Something to...
This realm, in fact...
Sounds like they're... I wouldn't...
Insects...
Dohalim.
Hey!
Retreat if you know what's good for you. I'll grind you into dust.
Eternal Devastation!
On the way. Here I go.
You're mine! Demon Pang! Eternal
I can feel you where you stand.
You're finished!
Going in. Freeze Lancer! This
Demon Pang!
There!
I think the enemy's getting desperate.
Got them where we want them.
Don't tip your hand, though.
My fists are crushing it out there! I never thought about this until now, Alphen. But doesn't it...
Admittedly, yeah. It can get pretty toasty in this thing.
Is it hard when your back starts to itch?
Oh, you bet. Plus, my shoulders get stiff wearing it, even if it's not all that heavy.
Kisara looks like she manages all right with her armor.
Armor takes a strong body.
Spoken.
The more I...
Ew!
That part can be a bit of a pain, yeah. More things to take off.
That sucks, man. Wouldn't it be easier if you just walked around outside of your armor most of the time?
You never know.
So basically...
Are you
No choice.
Get behind me!
Awaken and
Take it!
Eternal
Make it rain!
Devastation!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Demon Pang!
Going in! Red!
Eternal Devastation!
That's astral energy!
Say no more.
Hold up. Is this as valuable as I think it is?
Coming through.
That'll bring you down!
I shall ensure you survive this.
Hurricane Strike! Make it direction!
No further.
Make it rain!
Kisara!
Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone!
Yeah! Nice technique!
Shatter any steel!
You're finished!
Air pressure.
The Oath of the Renans, number 7.
Always replenish your stomach after a battle.
That certainly explains a lot about Balsif.
They're messing with you.
That's far enough! This one's mine!
Elusive
Illumination!
Demon Pang!
Eagle Ray.
Gemini Aqua!
You're finished!
Hurricane Strike!
Be still!
Going in!
Stardust!
I'm ready.
Flying footing!
In an instant!
Impact block.
Together, there is nothing.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Demon Pang!
Here my call!
Not coming! Be careful, everyone! This one isn't normal!
Here's Evo!
Stardust!
Pesky airborne scoundrel.
Sounds like a job for you!
In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed
Demon
waltz.
Pang!
I never miss!
Crush!
I'm ready.
Demon Pang!
Inferno Crossing!
Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
sense one of your friends, Hootle?
Hey, Rinwell?
They were kind. I never understood why I had. Needless to say. Of course, if I didn't know. What about you?
Same deal. It got bad enough that And now?
I know how.
The first time we met.
Yeah.
You don't say.
Not really.
Wow.
He was.
Maybe it's...
When it comes...
I won't argue.
Indeed.
All I know is it's...
Well,
oh, come on!
How about we stop getting...
An unexamined...
Better that than...
Kisara doesn't...
I could say the same.
Tell me!
I think I'll...
Hootle, I've got some dried...
Forget that. Doesn't some tasty...
Hey! Stop trying to coax.
He appears to enjoy...
Funny how...
It's not...
They do...
Well then.
Sometimes when I...
Oh, you will...
Wish I had...
Really?
That's dog...
What's...
Unless...
Come again.
Ow! Hey, she's pretty cute.
Who are you looking at? Quit gawking and let's go.
Ow!
Get lost!
The tide of battle has turned in our favor.
Then let's keep pressing the attack.
Indeed. But remain ever vigilant.
We are!
Undefeatable!
Unflappable!
Unfazable!
And most of all, we're free!
That enemy looks strong.
I'll clear the way through.
I've got your back.
Not today!
Hurricane flight!
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
I'll do my best.
Water, hear my call!
Take
Hurricane
carve
flight!
through armor!
Cut spear! Pierce evil! Go for the weak point!
Take this!
This one's mine.
Lunar Rondo!
Let's keep up the pressure. Tiger Blade.
This one's all mine! Strike! It's over!
They
Burn in hell! Demon Fang!
Far enough.
Eternal devastation! Here I come! I'm not done! Demon Fang! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
Here I come! Dragon Form!
Shield and face! Here goes! Not in your dreams! Here I go!
thrilling performance.
I'm all
Demon
under
Fang!
Deity!
excited! This one's mine!
Awaken and wreak havoc!
Radiant
Eternal
Steel!
devastation!
Havoc thrust.
Glacial Spear! Pierce
Burn in
evil!
hell!
Hurricane flight!
Their arts were interrupted.
Annihilation!
Demon Fang!
Annihilation!
Explosive Ray!
No further!
Eternal devastation! You're mine! Demon Fang!
Look sharp.
Begin!
Outstanding form!
Elusive deity!
No escape!
Begin! Take going blast!
Field!
I can handle it.
Glacial Spear! Pierce
You're
evil!
mine!
Denied.
Hold on to your heart!
Being
Here
interrupted.
I come!
Scream, bathed in blood. Rending you apart.
Crush! Demon Fang!
Do it!
Grimmer!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Take this! Demon Fang!
Power of water!
Crescent flash.
Stardust!
Scream, bathed in blood.
Rending you apart! Where are you going? There! Hurricane flight! Take it!
Demon
You're
Fang!
mine! Hurricane flight! Mega ray!
Eternal devastation!
An astral art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
Hurricane
Demon
flight!
Fang!
Going in.
In a bind?
Take this!
Radiant
Demon Fang!
Blood.
Hurricane
Shattering blood. Here it is.
Hurricane Strike!
Eternal
Another
Demon!
incantation ruined.
Hold on to your art. Here I come.
It's wide open!
It won't escape me.
Flaming meteor!
I'm not done! The flame inside me is yours to be let free!
This
Demon
one's
Fang!
mine! Corruption!
Not
I'm
today!
almost impressed. I got almost. Don't think that.
Such unadulterated
Corruption ready! Inferno
Where are
crossing!
you going?
benediction
Eternal
light.
Demon!
Benediction light.
Look that move.
Ready and ready!
Here comes the big one!
Go. You're mine.
No further.
I'll heal
Demon
you!
Fang!
Spark sealed!
Elusive
Try harder!
Not a chance.
Radiant look!
Stardust!
Sorry.
You do the same for me.
It's on!
Let me help.
Burn!
Hurricane grenade!
Blood.
This one's mine.
Eternal Devastation! Demon Fang!
Lunar corruption!
Be still!
Lunar blast!
Leave the torch
Take
to
this!
me.
I'm ready! Grimma!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Excellent technique.
How are your weapons holding up?
Best not to give me any ideas.
Well, looky here.
Coming through.
I think we can get through this.
Don't let up until it's over.
I shall provide it.
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
A fish! You saw it too, right?
Maybe something's going on in the forest. I think Hoodle senses something.
Are you just going to keep standing around or what?
Sorry.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Looks like some solid equipment.
We've reached our destination.
Coming through. Crush! I'll smash you! Damn it!
Going in!
Be still! Damn it! Here! Hurricane! This one's gonna be tough! Ignite! On your knees.
Hurricane freak! Why can't they just sit still?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
I've been hit with something!
So even a masochist has his limits.
No, feeling so great.
In a bind? I'll cover you. Stop! Miguel!
Okay,
You're off!
here I go! Demon Fang!
Take it away!
Really don't need my help, huh?
Who else will cook and clean for me?
Damn it. I should get my trap shot.
Spicier than you ready!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Look. Looks like it could be worth something. Dispose of the trash.
Eat dirt!
Primed and ready!
Here's evil! Whatever you do, just stay away from the spores!
Far enough! Do it!
It's on! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
See that?
That training's paying off! Lunar Rondo! Not a chance!
Inferno Punch!
Let's get you all tucked away!
Hold up. Is this as valuable as I think it is?
Carve through armor!
All disasters made... It's like trying to keep up with a wolf!
I'm not done!
Not in your dreams!
Dazzle!
Talon
Hurricane! I owe you one. In an instant! Impact Claw! Not a chance!
Here I
Come and face me!
Lightning Orb!
Eternal Double Kill! You picked the
Demon Fang!
Air thrust!
Could have been worse.
Out of our way!
In a bind?
Crush!
Swallow Dam! Eternal Devastation!
Eat this! They knew it! But they're vicious! Here's the magic!
You got fire!
I've got this! Let him...
Astral Arts?
That's my
All
cue!
yours! Shut him down!
We got the advantage.
Good.
Just have to make sure we keep it.
Don't worry, because laws are...
I have no limits! Here I come! Dragon Swarm!
Mega Ray! Purge Malevolence!
Here I come! Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Glacial Spear!
I
Here's
can
the
carve
evil!
through... I'm just getting started.
Gale Force! Freeze
Eternal
the
Devastation! Burn in hell!
Let the marksman move around!
Stardust!
More for the stockpile!
Do it!
I never...
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclops!
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
What's with that shining foe over there?
Brace yourselves! This one's tough!
Take that in your dreams! Got me! Far enough! I'm only getting
No
started!
further!
Mega
Down!
Annihilation! Hear me! Flame of
I'm like
Fury!
bait to them.
Lightning condemned!
The flame inside me! Endure! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
See that?
That training's paying off! Eternal Devastation! No escape!
Big Blast!
Crush! Demon Fang! You picked the wrong fight!
Oh! Now I'm real mad!
Demon Fang!
Don't get careless.
Anything in armor is all mine! I can carve through armor!
Eternal Devastation! Take this! Here I go! Eternal Devastation!
I'll run you
Can't
through!
get out of this!
Whirlwind
Demon
Now,
Fang!
in the groove! Leave the chargers to me! Hurricane! Denied! You see what happened there as you crossed?
Eternal Devastation!
That'll bring you down!
You're mine! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Eternal Devastation! Eternal Devastation!
Glacial Spear!
Now
Here's the
let
evil!
loose. Just the dot! Demon Fang!
I'll heal you! Purge Malevolence!
Eternal Devastation!
Here's the answer! Don't mind if I do!
Feel like me? Armor won't save you!
I'm sorry to be bothered.
We've all got enough of it.
Yes, ma'am! Curse it!
Lightning Throw! I'm on it! Crush! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Demon Fang!
Now!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Elfin!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
Eternal Devastation!
Leave the charges to me! All good things come to an end.
In here!
Imperial Attack! Demon Fang!
Let the marksman handle this!
Crumble!
What's this?
Lightning Orb! Mega Ray!
No escape!
Let's go!
Eternal Devastation!
Do it!
Remove!
Astral Energy!
Say no more!
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
more easy. Get in, get out. I can carve through armor to be let free. I'm on it. Now I'm in the groove.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alphen.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you.
Finish you here and now. Another one down.
Eternal devastation.
Lightning orb! Hold on to your arm. Do it! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble. My fists are crushing it out there. Backing now!
Hear my call!
Far enough! Stop! In a bind?
Get on in there with the others!
I'm on Eternal Talon Hurricane! Do it!
Lightning orb!
You're finished! I really owe you one. I'm on a roll now! Ready and ready! Burn in hell!
Steel force!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alphen.
It's time to end
Now
this
you
battle.
see what I can
I'm
do!
right beside you.
Eternal devastation. No escape. Be still. Start up. Okay. Here I go. Remote.
Astral energy!
Say no more.
The heavens must be smiling.
We should think about eating soon.
Really? Not all that hungry myself.
Don't make me say it again.
Yeah, good idea.
Huh? I think someone's calling out for us. Yes!
Excuse me.
Hey!
Really now?
What?
I see. Agreed.
Very nice.
Dohalim? The line of researchers is getting longer.
Perhaps I should have put more thought into this before accepting.
Hey, Alphen. You mind if we take a bit of a detour?
It's fine by me.
Why are you staring at me?
Hey!
Mind if I join you, Law?
Hmm?
Nothing. Do you?
Well, yeah.
Zephyr said that?
When I was... He said, just like I was always... It's not... Then again, I wish I... See you guys tomorrow. You guys ready to hit the road? I know I am.
We've reached our destination.
Hey, what do you say we fight that shining enemy? Looks like trouble with a capital
Now
T.
or never. Together, we've got this! My turn!
Freeze lit!
The heavens must be smiling.
Look out!
What the hell is...
Stay calm, Law.
You just had to make things difficult for us, didn't you?
What are you muttering about? Focus or you'll get hurt.
Don't worry. I'll have this wrapped up in a flash.
Demon Fang! Aim for their weak spot!
Right, let's tear them up!
Water, hear my call! I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara.
What's this?
Flame, reload! Piercing no my art! Denied! Rising star! Whoa, hey! One at a time!
Take that, Crossing! Demon Fang!
Now you see what I can do!
Right here! I got it! I never miss!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Burn in hell! Demon Fang! Take this!
My head's spinning, just watch me! Aw, you guys come over! Here, let me help!
Eternal devastation! No escape!
Let's keep up the pressure! Hurricane
Now you see what I can do!
Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
Do it! Now!
In an instant! Impact block!
What did I tell you? Don't get in our way!
Crush! Inferno crossing!
It's on!
Breaking storm!
Demon Fang!
Watch out! It's changing its attack!
Eternal devastation! I'm not done!
That's gonna smart.
Outstanding form!
Demon Fang!
This one's
Annihilation! Holy land! Flame of fury!
Time to let it rip!
On guard! Water, hear my
Demon
call!
Fang!
Lightning flame of destruction!
I never miss!
Illuminate the dark!
I let my guard down!
Don't leave me! Holy land!
Glacial spear! Here's evil!
You! Can't get out of this!
I'll bring you back from death's
Illuminate the
abyss!
dark! Come forth!
Resuscitation!
Holy land!
I'm not done yet! Demon Fang!
Into the shadows! Hold on to your
I'll bring
heart!
you back from
Here I
death's
come!
abyss! Resuscitation! Let me show you what my art can do!
つも君と待ち続けた季節は何も
We finally made it. Oh, yeah.
Huh?
Hey! Is that...
Hey! What?
What was that all about?
He just thinks something's going on between me and Rinwell. And Rinwell being Rinwell took it the wrong way. Which means now I'm getting an earful from both of them.
That really didn't explain anything.
I guess this is the flip side of that pathway we were walking on just a little while ago.
This is crazy. Who knew such amazing technology existed?
Brace yourself! This one's...
Now I'm in trouble.
This is
You
gonna
picked
be
the
all
wrong
of us
fight.
together!
Demon Fang!
Mega Ray!
Great! Can't aim for their weak spot. Take
Time
it!
for one more.
Far enough!
Demon Fang!
Okay.
Don't touch him!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Dragon Anything in armor is all on! What's this?
Eternal devastation!
It looks like you got this one covered!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Demon Fang!
Aw, too shy to come over
Eternal
here.
devastation!
Let me help.
Back into the fray! If it's in the sky, it's not!
I'm not It's over!
Annihilation!
Burn!
This one's mine!
Here I come!
I'm gone!
Eternal devastation!
Amazing.
Lightning thrust!
Thunder field! Raging cascade!
Will this help? Strike! It's ready and ready!
Field!
Try harder!
Healing circle!
Thanks, Shion. Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
I can carve through armor! In a vine?
Enjoy the ground while you're down there.
I'm not coming down!
Tiger blade! Lunar
Imperial
crossing! Power of water!
Demon Fang! Megasonic thrust! Here! Megasonic thrust! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let's go!
Eat this! Demon Fang! Dazzle!
Going in!
Start up!
Mega ray! I'm gone!
Eternal devastation!
Illuminate going in! Holy Cleanser! Healing arm! First aid!
Demon Fang!
I'll bring you back. You can hold on. That'll bring you down.
Here I
Race
come!
up higher.
Be still!
Tiger blade.
Lunar Logo!
Hurricane strike.
Try harder! Not a chance!
Let's see what I can do!
The flame inside me yearns
I
to be
will
let
walk.
free! Burn in hell!
Flaming meteor. Healing circle. Thanks so much. Hurricane. Thanks for the healing.
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher! Ha!
Demon Fang!
Mine!
And thunder will.
Blood! Let's keep up the pressure! Their hearts were interrupted!
So tired. All that running around is catching up with you.
No, I don't think that's
Try
it.
harder! My turn!
Thunder field. Raging cascade.
Eternal devastation!
Now.
Ready to go!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Does anyone else think this may be just a bit too tough for us?
What are those? They look like Shion's thorns, and with flowers too.
Not real ones, though. They're just like that flower growing out of Rena.
We must be getting close to the Great Spirit now.
Hey, Rinwell, what was that thing you said about how a little bit of Dana's Great Spirit is inside all of us?
Right. That's why Dana's Great Spirit is so much more diluted. Weak, even. Whether it was a choice so it didn't overpower others, or just the way it is anyone's guess.
If that's true, then wouldn't it mean Dana's will could never form under natural conditions?
Yeah, sounds like that's probably the case.
So if Dana exists within all of us, then what if something occurred that brought everyone's hearts and minds together as one? That unity could potentially act as Dana's will.
You mean if everybody was, like, thinking the exact same thing at the exact same time? Come on, there's no way we could pull that off.
I know it's a long shot, but it might work.
Let's assume that's even possible for a second. Would it even be enough to fight back against Rena's Great Spirit?
If nothing else, we can't use the Rena's Alma.
Things are different here than all.
So here's a question. We came all this way to Rena on the assumption the Rena's Alma's here, right?
Don't say it, Law.
Yeah, but I'm just saying...
I said don't.
I can understand why you might be concerned, Law. But you need to remember that there are people it affects more directly than you.
Oh, sorry.
We've managed to make it this far believing. Losing faith now won't do us any good. We're better off focusing our anxiety elsewhere.
Such as?
The Great Spirit. If Hevrect 35's to be believed, our enemy won't just be handing over the Renus Alma to us. At least, not without a fight.
Not only that, but that same enemy just gulped down more than an entire world's worth of astral energy.
Point taken. It may be strange to say, but when I'm fighting, or at least know what needs to be done, it helps me a lot. I don't doubt myself as much. So thanks, both of you. The floor's on the ceiling and the ceiling's on the floor. This whole thing's making my head spin. Why would they even do something like this?
The Helganquil can bend life.
The ceiling is on the floor. That doesn't weird you out?
What good is a team made up of members who all share the same opinions on everything? And besides, when you get to be at my ripe old age, one begins to consider it quite uncouth to show one's true emotions at times.
Oh, come on, Grandpa. You can't be that old.
The sands of time wait for none of us, lad.
Yeah, we'll see. Though at this rate, I guess I'll have to live long enough to get as old as you first, huh?
You will. And when the time comes, I look forward to hearing you change your tune on the matter.
Bad feeling about this.
I'm like bait to them.
What is this?
Hey, you okay?
I can still do this.
No one else. Demon Fang!
Flying free? Like if they just sit still.
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner.
Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
Illuminate the dark! Holy
Burn! Astral Arts?
That's my cue!
Do it! Shut him down! Eternal Destiny!
Armor won't save you.
I'll pick you up!
I'll tear you apart.
Here and now! Into the center!
No further! Crush!
Photon
Demon
Flash!
Flame!
Radiant Flux! Searing Flame! Reload! Raging Cascade!
Eternal Devastation!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
Demon Fang!
Aggression! Lunar Blast!
Demon Fang!
Annihilation!
Graviton! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I'm even stronger than before.
That'll bring you
This'll be a
down.
piece of cake.
Eternal devastation.
Not my finest.
Stay away from my friend! Eternal devastation! Not today! We got flyers!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
Make it work!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Athens!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
Hurricane thrust! The flame inside is yours to be let free!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Not a chance! Tear!
Lightning condemn!
Burn!
Illumination!
This one's mine!
Eternal devastation!
Now! Very well! Astral energy! Full throttle!
I've still got a ways to go!
I've got a really bad feeling about this!
I could do this all day.
Demon Fang!
They may look cute and stuff, but they're vicious! That'll bring you down!
Pesky airborne scoundrel.
Sounds like a job for you, truly! Holy Land!
Eternal devastation! The flame inside is yours to be let free!
Now! Astral energy!
Say no more! Shut!
Well done!
You're mine!
Lightning orb!
The enemy wields arcs too.
We'll soon see about that!
I can carve through. I'm just getting started.
Annihilation!
Hurricane! Demon Fang!
This one's mine!
Inferno punch.
I never miss! Lightning condemn! I'm going to need to use all my power.
Eternal devastation!
Holy
Demon Fang! To my honor! Thanks! Here I come! Crush!
Nothing gets by me!
Doubly! In an instant! Impact Claw! The flame inside is yours to be let free! Crush!
The earth throbs in pain.
Eternal devastation! Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Smell! Scarlet Inferno!
I'll tear you.
Here's the lightning condemn! Don't mind if I do!
Denied!
Demon Fang!
Astral energy! Raging
Now you see what I can do. Can't get out of this. Eat this.
This one's all mine! You picked the wrong fight!
I don't even know the word defeat.
Eternal devastation! Demon Fang!
Here's the evil! Dance in the wind! Here's the
Take this!
Air thrust!
No escape!
Photon illumination! Attack fire! They're not playing around! Eat dirt!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Light astral illumination!
Where are you going?
Demon Fang!
Raging war!
Will this help?
Celestial
Eternal devastation! Demon Fang!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
These fists have got your name on them. No further.
Big waterfall!
Eternal devastation! Demon Fang!
Far enough. I'll crush you. Lightning reflexes. Tenebrous claw.
Here's a healing...
Not today! Inspiration! Demon Fang!
I can do this all day.
Won't rude!
Now you see what I can do.
Here's a mind if I do. Raging
Demon Fang!
Here's evil.
I'll tear you apart.
Demon Fang!
Lunar corruption. Tempest wall.
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
You all die. Pay for that! Hold nothing back! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'll heal you again!
Get out of this!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Here's a healing
Not
arc!
a chance! Ignite! Demon Fang!
Candy swirl! Gemini Aqua!
Eternal Devastation!
Raging
You're mine!
Let's keep up the pressure!
Demon Fang! Eternal Devastation!
my healing arc to accomplish
Demon Fang!
I won't give up!
Stay away from my friend!
Hold on to your arts! Here I come!
Eternal Devastation!
Dream!
Can't get out of this! Inferno crossing! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malita!
There you go! Don't let up!
Dance on the wind! Demon Fang!
Green bathed in blood.
Rending you a bloody howl! Look sharp! Demon
I'm
Fang!
ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
We can really make weapons with this?
This might be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this.
Eternal devastation!
Nothing
gets by me! Take it, Justin!
Is that statue really art?
いつも君と待ち続けた季節は何も言わず通り過ぎた雨はこの街に降り注ぐ少
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Hey, Alphen, what do you think? Think of that chick over there.
Doesn't look like she really works out.
I'm not. talking about her muscles, you dummy!
This is great.
That was quite the little adventure we went on. We seem to have come across something a little unusual.
Whoa.
This is amazing.
You always get excited when you find something good.
We should hurry and get this stuff processed.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Ready to go!
Whoa, away! Your wings won't save you from me.
Come and face me.
I'm just getting started.
This is bad, right?
Yes, Alvin. Very bad.
I don't feel so good.
Now you see what I'm on a roll now.
Tidal wave.
Demon
Eat
Tank!
this.
Eternal Devastation!
Hear my call. Coming through.
Demon Tank! An astro bond?
That's my cue.
It's coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
They just keep coming.
Radiant fire. Not on my watch.
Take this! This one's all mine! Lunar Rondo!
Mega
Stardust!
Swallow this. Do it.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone. Rage enemies incoming. Here's the evil.
Then we'll take them down.
Hurricane Thrust!
Storm.
Lunar Rondo!
Freeze laser.
That frickin' does it. No, I won't give in.
Don't give up. Where are you going? Let the marksman illuminate the dark.
Do it.
Holy land. I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Resuscitation. I'm going to need to use all of my healing arts to accomplish this.
Eternal Devastation!
Not on my watch.
Can't get out of this. It's go time.
Demon Tank!
Eternal illuminate the dark. Come forth, holy glimmer.
Take this! Burn!
Holy land. Here I go.
Demon
I'm
Tank!
only getting started. Now.
Glimmer!
Astral energy.
Say no more! Got
More incoming.
more Sucrose?
Keep calm and take them down.
Watch this.
Eternal Devastation!
Do it.
Chill!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished! More?
I never miss. Dance in the wind.
Burning Thrust!
Photon dance in the
Ah!
wind.
Burn in hell! Demon Tank!
Now, astral energy, full throttle.
More? You're mine!
Eat this. I can carve through armor.
On it!
I'll tear you apart.
Denied.
Can't get out of this.
No escape!
Now,
Eternal Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
in the wind.
You're mine! The flame inside is yours to be let free!
You see what happened there as you crossed me?
Now,
Shouldn't have done that.
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
More? Hurricane Thrust! Stardust!
Holy land. I never miss. Do it.
Roll it off.
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade. See that?
That training's paying off!
I'll crush you. Lightning reflexes. Tenebrous claw.
More?
Radiant alive.
Burn in hell!
You're really strong, Malcolm.
I'm just trying to do the best I can.
If it's in the sky, it's mine. Reassuring to have you around. As impressive as always.
Here I hope to listen to.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever. I've never seen Kion actually look wretched.
To the fray.
Demon Tank!
Do it.
Flame inside me! You're
Astral energy.
Say no more! Not a chance!
Lightning
Hurricane
attack.
Thrust!
Thunder blade.
Anything in order is all mine.
Here I go. I'm only getting started. Holy land. Hear me.
Eternal Devastation!
Eat this.
Demon Tank!
Here's lightning condemned now.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
really bad feeling about this.
You picked the wrong fight!
It's over!
Try harder!
My specialty.
We got flyers!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
My word. This must be the work of Providence.
Provo what now?
It means destiny. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, though.
The Zoogles here are putting up a real fight.
That just goes to show how important this place is.
Or perhaps they simply thrived freely here under such harsh conditions.
I don't give a damn why they're here. We'll burn it all to the ground.
The astral energy here is so dense. It's like trying to walk through water.
I know the Great Spirit's will is in the center of Rena, but with the world in this state, the entire planet has become its body, right? So doesn't that mean we're already inside it?
I would say that is horrifyingly correct. After all, the further we climb, the denser the astral energy becomes.
What's the matter, Rinwell? Are you not feeling all right?
No, it's nothing like that. It just feels like the energy here is a little more intense than it was before.
You mean Rena's energy?
Yeah. It's like when I made contact with Dana's will in the wedge. It's almost as though I can understand what Rena's will is thinking.
But Rena's will is supposed to be a lot stronger. Aren't we risking the Great Spirit controlling us if we interact with it directly?
I don't think we have to worry about that. Rena's will is only supposed to control true Renans, like the Helganquil. If we can discern what the Great Spirit is thinking too, we might learn something, a weakness. but just to be safe, let me contact it alone.
Are you insane? Rinwell, you're gonna...
Rinwell!
There was only meant to be one world. And your goal is to make them one. Is this fear? What just happened?
Are you all right? Rinwell? Rinwell, are you okay?
No, I'm fine. I think...
What were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself killed!
He's right. You had us all terrified, Rinwell.
I'm sorry. I really am. But I know now. I know how the Great Spirit thinks. Rena's Great Spirit wants to complete the world.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you...
Yes, exactly. Originally, but that never happened. They've stayed separated.
What do you mean, one world?
I don't know, but its will is clear. The only problem is that since Rena's energy isn't evenly spread like Dana's, it seems like it'll vanish before that.
So it's trying to absorb Dana while it still can, so that it can force the two...
The Great Spirit is... But it's not scared the way a rational person would be. It's more raw and...
Like an animal, acting out of instinct. Although admittedly, at the very least, I have my doubts that it recognizes us as earth, water, fire, and wind energy. The Renis Alma, as far as we know, the only host capable of harvest. Knowing all that, Rinwell...
That sounds a lot like Shion's thorns, doesn't it? The whole reason the Great Spirit is trying to unite Dana and Rena into one world, and if her thorns are part of the Great... be trying to save them...
Alphen, what is it?
We thought the only way to free your thorns was for you to die. Yet despite something wasn't... But then I just realized something. If the Great Spirit doesn't want to die, then neither would your... Those same emotions, that fear, that determination, and...
In that case, is that why her thorns caused so much pain to anyone who touched her?
If that's all true, then... Well, it's more than a little...
The Great Spirit merely expresses its desires. I imagine it was the Helganquil who were likely tasked with putting together an...
Shion...
I'm okay. We need to hurry.
Still, even if the current state of the world is wrong like you said...
If the world had been whole from the start, there'd be no Dana and no Rena.
To think, the only reason it craves energy is because it's dying from starvation.
If Rena had been more like Dana...
It's like Hevrecht 35...
Rena's energy amassing in one place led to its developing a powerful will. But that also made it...
Whereas Dana's energy is dispersed, meaning its will never developed to the same extent.
As for which is correct...
Dichotomy?
Those who know not satisfaction are driven to keep devouring without limit. But those who are I imagine it's likely that the larger Rena's Great Spirit grew, the more and more...
Everything in moderation.
yourselves! This one's tough!
Illuminate the dark!
You!
Come forth, holy glimmer! Freeze Lancer! Far enough! Ready!
No further!
I'll shoot them out of the sky!
Burn! Almost!
The flashing parts are weak points!
Eternal devastation!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy glimmer! Holy Lance! Freeze Lancer!
What's this?
Into the shadows!
Eternal devastation! Demon Plague!
Where are you going?
I'll tear you apart! Oh! Now I'm real mad!
Outstanding form!
Eternal devastation!
Magic Bam! Tidal
Yeah.
Cannon!
In the groove!
Now I can let loose!
Radiant Pierce!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! What's this?
Eternal devastation! Demon Plague!
Raging Cascade!
Drop this burn!
There, sleep now! Throw the top field! This'll come in
I
handy!
can carve through armor!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Target go!
Ignite!
Let's go!
Oh, now you're talking!
Demon Plague!
Celestial Hammer!
Crush! Eternal devastation!
Leave the charges to me!
By the power
The enemy
of
wields
God,
arts
I do.
too.
We'll soon see about that!
Dust to dust! Talon Sword! Denied!
Oh, violent guiding wind!
Eternal devastation!
It's weakened! Sleep now!
This ends now!
Saving
Dragon Swarm!
Go time flat!
I'm not...
Banana, let's go!
Prepare to be healed!
Snap!
No further! Demon Pit time!
Steel Eagle here!
Burn!
Ready and ready! Will this help? I can carve through armor!
Crush!
Here's our curse!
Shouldn't have messed with me!
Arctic Water
Demon
Flood!
Plague!
What would I do without you? Let the marksman handle this! This one's mine!
I'm on!
Lightning Orb!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Talon storm!
Eternal devastation! Demon Plague!
By the power of water! Lightning Raging Cascade!
Face blast!
Flame of Fury!
Here I come!
Magic is there!
Demon
Here's
Plague!
evil! Freeze Lancer! Dance to the
Eternal
wind!
devastation!
Air thrust!
I'm on it!
I can handle it! You're burned! Radiant Spear! Illuminate the target!
Suddenly, in an instant! Impact block!
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
Wherever we go on this planet, there are machines littered everywhere.
It's impressive to look at as a bystander, but I sure wouldn't want to live here with all of this around.
I know what you mean. There are no fish here. I couldn't cook any of my delicious dinners for you all if we lived here.
Clearly the worst point against it.
Brace yourself! This one's tough! Burn in hell!
I'll heal you all!
Dragon Shadow! Eternal devastation! You're mine! Demon Plague! It can hide itself? Amazing! What a relief! I'm gonna...
We've all got enough on our plate.
Okay,
Yes,
here I
ma'am.
go.
Take
this.
waterfall! Hear me! Flame of Fury! Dance in the wind!
Eternal devastation! Demon Plague!
Hurricane Strike!
Here I come!
I never miss!
You're finished! Eternal devastation! Demon Plague! Not today!
Going in!
Demon Plague! Eternal devastation! Demon Plague! Escape!
In here!
Crush!
Illuminate the
Take it!
That's it!
Ready and ready!
Lunar your dreams! Look sharp! All desire forth and security!
I can carve through armor! Take
Sorry!
Demon Plague!
my fault. My head's spinning just watching you! Can't get out of this!
Demon Fang!
Begin! Flame of Fury! Strike! Water!
What the hell is going on?
Fall back, Alvin. You'll take point here.
Glacial Spear!
This one's mine.
Benediction light.
How do you like being pounded into shape?
Heal!
Guardian!
Another incantation ruin.
I got time.
Here's a healing art!
This one's mine. Hurricane Thrust! I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malachor!
Will this help?
Eternal Devastation!
Now you see what I can do!
On guard!
Healing Circle!
You're taking too many hits!
Now I can... Alright! Demon Fang!
Alright, let me help.
Flame of Fury!
Eternal Devastation! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Water, hear my call!
Benediction light.
Demon Fang! Eternal Devastation! No further! Try harder! My turn!
This one is mine!
I'm going to use
Resonate
all
with
the
the
power of my healing art.
Demon Fang!
Look hard up!
Eternal Devastation! And more looks it all burn out!
Havoc Thrust!
I'm ready! Go! In an instant! Impact Thrust!
I can feel my precision improving.
I've got a really bad feeling about this. Hurts malevolent! Arctic waterfall!
Armor won't save
It'll
you!
body slam us into next week! I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Eternal Devastation!
The wise warrior knows when to call it quits. Illuminate the dark!
I'll tear you apart!
The wise warrior knows when to call it
pull
quits.
myself together.
So those thorns of Shion's, they're really a part of Rena's great spirit?
Most likely. But only a small fragment of it in the big picture. I don't sense a will of it all emanating from them.
If it's... And if it can't, is there that much point getting rid of it?